Hello, good evening, everyone. Tonight we're back with 428 Shibuya Scramble. Quite an interesting game up until this point, with its mechanic of 5 different characters that has a sort of choose your own adventure storyline, but different choices will affect other characters' stories in different ways, and so you have to keep switching between them at different times to affect things. It's been really cool so far. So yeah, let's go ahead and continue this. Okay, this was... Okay, this was where we last left off with Minorikawa. I think what we wanted to do here was start with Aki's. Start where Aki left off with. Yes, when last we left off with him, the man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitomi, his face devoid of emotion. "Please," the girl said, trembling. "Why are you doing this?" But the man did not reply. Quickly, Aki stepped in between Hitomi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. "Stop!" he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. "Who the hell are you?" Still, the man did not respond. "You know this guy, Hitomi?" "No." Aki was sure he'd never seen the man either. "What are you after, money? Because if you are, boy, are you wasting your time chasing us." The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Aki's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left to Aki no doubt he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflexively, Aki took a step back, his foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. "We're gonna get gunned down for sure. Unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard." It didn't need to be much. If Aki could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. "Shoot me then. Go on, do it." He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Oh. Even as Aki moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Seeing his chance, Aki... Ooh. Lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away, snatched up the beer bottle and swing it at the assassin. Grabbed Hitomi and ran. Let's try this. Seeing his chance, Aki lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away. He reached out with both hands, attempting to knock it to the floor. The man's grip on the weapon was stronger than he expected, however, and he shoved Aki away with surprising force. The gunman's posture radiated a ferocious determination. His eyes, though, were like a dead man's, wide and hollow. It was unsettling, to say the least. Who the heck is this guy? Hitomi! Aki shouted. Get out of here now! But Hitomi was rooted in place with terror. Run! Snapping out of it at last, she bolted for the door. She paused in the doorway to look back at him. Aki! What the hell are you waiting for? Aki snarled. Get out of here now! Finally, Hitomi slipped out of the building. At some point, the assassin had managed to snatch up a beer bottle in his free hand. Uh-oh. Oh. Aki tried to duck, but it was a hair too slow. The makeshift weapon caught him in the left ear. He staggered with his head spinning, barely able to tell which way was up. His vision dimmed, but he refused to yield. He headbutted the man in the nose as hard as he could. The assassin staggered backward. Then all the remaining strength left Aki's body. Aki tried to fight a dangerous assassin unarmed, but the man turned out to be more than he could handle. There's got to be some better way to get out of there. Try choosing a less risky course of action. Okay, how about we hit him with the beer bottle? Seeing his chance, Aki snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he staggered wildly off balance. Tomi! Aki grabbed her by the hand and dashed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Aki began to feel like as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up! Huh? Aki, wait up! Aki glanced back at Hitomi. My bad. I guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just... I have to get to Dogonzaka. Dogonzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to do there now? That's what I was told when I handed over the attaché case. Oh yeah, he said something to her. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, feigned smile as if this were some casual conversation. First, you're going to go to Dogonzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things, and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay then, give me the money. A blue van in Dogonzaka, huh? Aki muttered. So that's why you said the police were a no-go. Yes, exactly. Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister's in that van then. If she is, then we gotta hurry. The issue lay in how to get to Dogonzaka. They could probably avoid their pursuer if they kept to the streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes, like Roppongi Dori or the stretch between Miyamazuzaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were their best bet. It was going to be a long detour. All right, come on. Turning, Aki headed back the way they came. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed. Aki? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Dogenzaka. We're headed right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Aki gave her a grin and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you two, you got a minute? Oh. Aki looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. Oh, it's those two guys. From Tama's story. There was something shady looking about them. Aki's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped in front of Hitomi. If these guys meant trouble, he wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Aki braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the Nakani building is? The man held up a flyer. It was for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man, the Nakani building. You know where it is, or not? Aki knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Guy? That was near Dogenzaka, the same direction he was going. Okay, what we're supposed to do is throw them off track. I wonder, again, I'm curious what happens if we actually do help them. No harm in helping a couple lost dudes. Aki pointed them in the direction of Center Guy. Yeah, it's just this way. See, what the hell did I tell you? The bald man snapped at his companion. My bad, man, my bad. You were right. God, you couldn't find your way out of a paper bag with a map and compass. My bad, man. Get us a taxi. Word. Thanks, man. The strangers nodded at Aki. Sorry to bug you. With that, the two headed off toward the main road. Aki and Hitomi hurried forward, following in sparsely trafficked side streets toward Dogenzaka. Let me see, though, if... Oh. Didn't seem to directly lead to anything, so I'm just gonna go... I'm gonna go point them in the wrong direction. I don't like the thought of those two following Hitomi and me. Aki pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bug you. The two men headed off toward the main road. Aki and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward Dogenzaka. I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. The area was a mishmash of run-down residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work on one of these streets. And check it out, over there. A rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. A minor river that runs from the Miyamasu Bridge to the Tengen Bridge. Depicted in the 36 views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist, Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Have you always lived in Shibuya, Aki? Yep, born and raised. Aki bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. It just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, cleanup even matters right now. Hitomi took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? You're a strange one, Aki. That's so. She was right, of course. It was sort of strange, collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Dongenzaka. Come on, he murmured. Oh. A sudden angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Aki and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! And you have the gall to call yourselves SOS? The Studs of Shibuya, a youth gang operating out of Shibuya, founded by Aki Endo. Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. I mean, yeah, Susumu, but... The other men standing around looked distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know, and since it's not like you're Aki or anything, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. Here it refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Hitomi looked at Aki when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Aki's name in my presence? Hey, Aki called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Aki kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Susumu, you can't just give the guy a beatdown in broad daylight. Well, yeah, doy. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Aki, Susumu blared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Alright, Aki replied with a hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out, we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His buddies followed suit, leaving Aki and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy? Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him. Or I thought I did. Used to be friends, way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew, but I bailed a little while ago. Aki fell silent. To his great relief, Hitomi didn't pry further. Aki and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking something up alongside the train tracks. Huh, I wonder. Aki went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. Taisei Yasuda, 35 years old. Just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Aki knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Aki doesn't recognize him. Sorry, it just kind of looked like that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy. Whoa. Right on! Aki clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it. They do? Totally! I see all this trash all over the place and I can't stand it. Oh, yeah, sure. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Can't stand it when someone throws something away when it can still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. Aki pulled out the trash he'd stuffed in his pocket. Here you go. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here, but I got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks. Aki beamed in approval, then rejoined Hitomi and headed on down the street. The man let out a sigh. Fine. I think it was more than trash he was looking for. Slipping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Dogonzaka. Aki looked down the hill, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi started making their way down toward Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself. I don't see it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hitomi, hold up. Aki had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. Hey, he called out to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever, I see. Oh, Aki, are you done collecting trash for the day? The lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. Maki Yoneda. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place, and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Oh no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Oh, she looks just like a model. She's the spitting image of me at that age. My. Aki's got himself a girlfriend. I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Now, you know Aki's got a bit of a mouth on him, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune? Ma'am, please! Aki jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter, I'm just trying to talk up your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Yes, come to think of it, there was. A blue one, she added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward. Where is it now? She asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside, after all. Hitomi slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought and fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course my part-timer Masa has to have today off. Honestly. First-year student at Midoriyama Academy. A sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Hut and sends all of his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend and he's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to support both his mom and cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. Aki frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? Older women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. Women of her age weren't always the most reliable. Well, Aki decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this van? Well, let me think. The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. Ah, a flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right, now we remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside. Aki and Hitomi exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else? Hitomi asked. No, not that I can remember. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Aki did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible they went looking for you when you didn't show, Aki said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even Aki understood the implications. Now that the crooks had their ransom, their hostage was nothing but a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? The situation was bad, very bad. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate him. Aki wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down Dogenzaka at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. Hitomi burst out laughing. What's so funny? It's slow and steady wins the race. For real? Hitomi smiled and sat down beside him. Alright, she said. We can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaka for a while. Then she murmured softly to Aki. Thank you so much for everything, really. You can thank me after we find this van. I'm sure if I'd been by myself, I'd been in too much of a panic to do anything. Oh, what can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Aki grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors, or maybe glasses. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it probably wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Cars drifted on by, one after the other. But they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Aki began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then... Hitomi, look! There it was. Okay, so now that... Now that Thomas should no longer be stuck... The door flies open suddenly and a loud voice belts out. Hold it right there! I whirl around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing in the hallway. You look like Zaz from Final Fantasy XIII. It's Junichi Yanagashita. He's the guy who hired us. I heard that, Shiri. Don't you go calling my product junk, that's disrespectful. Shiri gave him an apologetic look. Whoops, sorry about that. You should be, but whatever. If you really have doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagashita pulls up a ball of burning hammer from his coat pocket. Sister products include Del Sweats, Cellulose, Better Sweater, Dom Pepperone, Power Burn Z, Mr. Thin, Negachow, Super Negachow. At first glance, it looked like some sort of energy supplement, but the cheapo label gives an immediate impression of sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagashita. Give it a go. Shiri reaches out to take it. But no sooner does she grab the bottle than Mr. Yanagashita shouts out once more. Wait, hold on! What? Shiri squawks. What gives? You two. You're both good, stomach-wise? Stomach-wise? Yeah, drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you can eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really. Wait, nasty problems? Yeah. Such as what, I ask. I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise. Seriously? Oh boy. It's all good. I just had lunch, Shiri says. She flashes a carefree smile. Well, I haven't eaten yet. But on the other hand, I've been guzzling as much iced tea as I can to fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff. What if we do drink it? May as well try it. In for a penny, in for a pound. And hey, maybe you'll help me lose some weight. I stick the bottle of burning hammer into my mascot head mouth. It has an unexpected smell, like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. Huh? Doesn't taste like anything. A handful of seconds go by. What the heck? It feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth. Now it's spicy. Way too spicy. It's like I just swallowed a chili pepper coated in curry powder. Before I know it, I'm sweating bullets. Well, you sweating? Mr. Yanagashita asks. Like, a whole lot? You are, aren't you? Why does he sound so happy about that? That right there is the magic of burning hammer at work. Shiri and I are at a loss for words. Burning hammer. Drink all you want and just burn those pounds away. How's that sound? Good, huh? This is just so stupid spicy it makes you sweat, Shiri blurts out. Blunt and to the point, I approve. Yeah? Well, I guess you're right, Yanagashita says. He hangs his head. What is in this stuff? I ask. I can still feel my tongue tingling. Heck, my body's almost too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forgot to get properly angry. So it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back, Yanagashita explains. But the import agency went out of business not long after and couldn't move the merch. So I bought up the whole lot, everything they had in their storehouse. Spent all the money I had on it. Shiri arches an eyebrow. How much did it cost you, she asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles? Oh my god. What the hell, man? I could scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles at 1 million yen for the lot? That's roughly 3,333 yen apiece. Each one of these teensy little bottles costs over 300 yen? You got ripped off, man, Shiri says. You really think so? Yeah, you're probably right. He hangs his head even more despondently. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ouch. Shiri moving in for the kill. 100 yen shops? Really? Mr. Yanagashita lets out the heaviest of sighs. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just lets out a sob-choked sigh. A deep breath emphatically exhaled, often a sign of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Also a way of expressing the anxiety brought on by a massive debt. One has no money to give, only sighs. Yeah, like those two loan sharks that that Aki was thankfully able to send in the wrong direction. Right around now, Minoru Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh this way. Ah, here's the... Okay, now we can break through this. No, it's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-Star General Gossip. A type of lottery card featuring areas printed with a special silver ink. These silver-inked areas can be scratched off with a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letters underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow you always seem to lose when you got your hopes up, but manage to win when you least expect it. That's where the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the cards from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Whoa! I messed things up with dealing with the printing company. All this, he gestured vaguely, is my fault, my responsibility. He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols, and suddenly thousands of cardholders turned up en masse to collect. Heaven Publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employees rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left in the company, and he was up against the deadline for next month's 4-Star General Gossip. If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'm finished. Toyama gave a dismal groan. So don't drop the issue, Minorikawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of a cardboard box. But Toyama just shook his head weakly. I've been up for 3 days straight trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. I can't do the impossible. He dropped his gaze to the floor. Countless scratch cards lay scattered about. They'd probably been amidst the pile that had fallen off the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols. You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through. I'll never make it in time. The proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening. The final stage before printing, when the copy or manuscript is checked for errors. Not sending corrected proofs to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine question not making it on the shelves in time for release day. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh, then held his hand out to Hana. Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose in the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout and the draft proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? You can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. A layout in publishing speak is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. He wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned those pages. See what I mean? Toyama said. It's hopeless. He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock. Yeah, it was definitely a tall order, all right. Says who, Minorikawa replied. Remember who you're talking to here. Seriously think you can do it? You're joking, right? Minorikawa shot back. I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world I hate more than a bad joke. Why are you doing this for me? Toyama was getting misty-eyed. I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana. Minorikawa, I'm so sorry. Toyama bowed his head so deeply Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter. Oh, forgive me. Please forgive me, Hana. Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl hugged him back on the verge of tears. Hey, now, enough of the waterworks. I got your backs. Don't you worry about a thing. Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal for the pages that needed filling. The words Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special were plastered across the cover sheet in big, bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya. Fair enough. First on the docket, drink yourself thin with burning hammer. This reeked of a scam. Don't you know it? The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if it were mixed with a laxative, probably. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurry and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. Looked like he didn't have much of a choice but swing by in the hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along into the proposal. Society of Surveillance. Hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. Sexy Squared. Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. Shibuya Now. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya. Shadowy foreign crime syndicate exposed. Those 7 pages were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan at any rate, but there wasn't enough material there to make any headway. The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. Didn't look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad either. The note suggested, a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. At this point, however, things had flipped around completely, and they'd become a gang of street punks themselves. Was that SOS gang? previously of Aki's. A turn to the dark side. It had the makings for an interesting article, to be sure, but tracking down this gang would take time. Minorikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. The rumor was that organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally at a tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of these claims. Fascinating. If Minorikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though, he didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya Now. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya. Norikawa decided that one of these three would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screw himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut... I think I can see where we can get material for these, but I don't know... There's like... He decided to cut Shibuya Now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of whole cloth. His goal is just to make sure that 4-star general gossip made to the press at all. Society of Surveillance, Where Are They Now, Sexy Squared. Those 3 pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Unscheduled interviews are a dicey prospect. Minorikawa decided to call them up on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of was Shinozuke Oari from the Where Are They Now piece. Former broadcast writer. Has appeared in various popular variety shows on commercial network Sun TV. He currently heads up a small theater troupe known as the Wandering Angels, operating out of Shibuya. Later today, the troupe is putting on performance at Theater Ace in Sakuragao Kacho. He said he'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minorikawa sighed. He'd just have to get material from the others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all that material and write it all up and still finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? It's no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another writer. Minorikawa zoomed through his contacts list, calling up all the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing. Answering machines. Overseas on business. In the hospital. Currently doing time. Oh, jeez. Before long, he called everyone he could think of, except for one, novice freelancer Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Oh, I know it. Okay, I know another shy girl of that name, too. Minorikawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered in a one-on-one setting. In such a rattled state as to be unable to speak, Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once she conducted an hour-long interview during which she only managed to ask her interview subject's name. Yet another chapter in The Legend of Hopelessly Flustered Chiaki. If she couldn't talk to people, she certainly couldn't do interviews. And if she couldn't get any real interview content, she wouldn't be able to write much in the way of my copy. She wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid if asked? Quite probably. The issue is whether she'd hinder more than help. Independent Flossy Helen. Decided to email all his contacts from back in his staff reporter days. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. Minorikawa decided to call up Chiaki. The phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Hey, hey. Oh, nowhere. Hello? Chiaki, hi, it's Minorikawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up? Huh? No, I mean, well, yeah. Good morning. Actually, it's after 1 in the afternoon, but her voice still sounded half asleep. So I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual. Pretty much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I got work for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minorikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. First, I want you to take a look around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types. By vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Nuh-uh. No way, absolutely not. Minorikawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other end of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former for that matter, but still, he understood her concern. All right, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine, yeah? But Mr. Mino, street interviews aren't really my, Apparently it was beyond her capacity to give him a simple no. No buts. Just interview at least 10 people and get me an article by 6 o'clock. Okay. Minorikawa had originally planned to axe the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content, but getting some quotes from people on the street would at least make for some useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya Now. That was plenty of work to keep 2 people occupied throughout the day. The more time-consuming organ markets story would have to be cut. After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minorikawa hung up. Okay, I've got us another writer. We'll get through Toyama somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Now what? Minorikawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company's sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock. But as you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah. So what's the plan? Well, they said provisionally, if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there's no problem. The issue's coming out guaranteed. But they're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If we could fill, say, half the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. All right, Minorikawa said wearily. So for starters, we need 6 pages by 4 o'clock. They had to get all 12 pages done as it was. That made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Toyama said. No, that's all. That's all. I'm really sorry about this, Minorikawa. The clock says 11:34. I thought we were at... Oh, we are at Oh, right. Okay, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. That's right, because the first hour was 10 o'clock. Now we're at 11 o'clock. Minorikawa felt distinctly awkward. He had known Toyama for years and had never been no-toed to like this before. Yeah, well, just let me handle it, alright? Minorikawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. First order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then considered where to head next. Diet drink sales demo, center guy. Where are they now? Sakuragoka Theater Ace, which he said that was 2:30 that he was going to give that interview. Society of Surveillance, Dogonzaka Endo Electronics. Oh, where okay, Aki's place. Sexy Squared, Midoriyama Academy. A university associated with Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama and National High School Baseball Championship winning pitcher, the Tissue Prince. It's a weird nickname. Its educational philosophy is summed up in its slogan, words, skill, and beauty. A very high percentage of winners of the Miss Midoriyama contest go on to careers in the entertainment industry. Shibuya Vigilantes, location to be determined. The diet drink sales demo was at 1 o'clock, and the interview with Shinosuke Orai for Where Are They Now was slated for 2:30, so those times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. A little early, go to Center Guy and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. Bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogonzaka and check out Endo Electronics. Bit of a hike, but yeah, that should give him what he needed to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading out. And don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Midorikawa hustled out of the editing office, hoping Toyama would take his admonition to heart. Exiting the building, he hopped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Thanks for waiting. Can you get me to Dogonzaka ASAP? Son of a bitch! Minorikawa bristled. Beg your pardon? That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir. Was he waiting for you like you expected? Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind, too. Haha. Glad to hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. Minorikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the surveillance story revolved around the claim that hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping district, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly, those eliminated lots of blind spots, and the crime rate in the area dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That was Minorikawa's first mission, then. He needed to get this guy's story. Okay, so Daisuke must be, that's the name of Aki's father, then. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any moment, read, Endo Electronics. Right here's fine. The taxi stopped, and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. What? Look, don't sweat it. My name's Minoru Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. I care about two things, what's real and what's true. There's real worth to what you've done for me. There's a token of my appreciation. It's not much, but please take it. Minorikawa slid out of the taxi and headed for the electronics store. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than an actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched toward the ceiling. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. Oh god. Yeah, that's all ancient shit right there. A storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. The magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop in one's hand. Well, yeah, the 5-inch ones. Yeah, technically speaking, they're 5.5 inches in diameter. Incidentally, Door, released in 1983, the debut title from this game's producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in a 5-inch floppy version. Oh, interesting bit of trivia there. What possible use could there be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minorikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely the proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey, Mr. Endo! Come on, I know you're in there. After a short wait, Minorikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. The door opened to reveal a tired-looking middle-aged man. Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Minorikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow, or please, just give me a minute. I'm a freelance writer. Name's Minorikawa. Minorikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine piece, huh? Precisely. So if I could just have a little of your time today. Oh, jeez. What a time for a phone call. The phone rang, cutting him off before he could get down to business. I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Put it on voicemail. Endo reached out into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics. The proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's a problem, all right. All right, understood. I'll try to get a hold of the customer then. Endo set the receiver back down. What was that all about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, yesterday I sold a dry ice machine, and the manufacturer just called to let me know the model's defective. Defective? Apparently once it starts making dry ice, it just won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund their deposit. Please give me a moment. Endo shifted through some sales slips, read a number off one, and made a phone call. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. He said they have some performance today. Oh, is this the same guy? Performance? Minorikawa asked. I sold it to a guy from some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something. Yeah. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Urai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m. they're performing their second piece, Au revoir. Right now, all the actors are already at the theater except for Akiyomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character Ryu. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he doesn't yet know what awaits him there. Continued in The Tale of the Wandering Angels, Episode 2. 6 episodes in all. The Wandering Angels? That was Shinosuke Arai's theater troupe. Minorikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? Minorikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, are you this rude to all of your interview subjects? 5 minutes! Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Go on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, I'll just have to write about what you already told me. Namely, that Endo Electronics sells defective merchandise. Huh? What are you implying? Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm gonna get in touch with them as soon as... I'm betting they're in a hurry preparing for their performance. I doubt you'll be getting through to them today. Endo bit his lip. Now that I have your attention, Minorikawa said, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview. Endo scowled. And where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels? I may take advantage of a guy when he's down, Minorikawa replied, but one thing I'm not is a liar. The shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes, that's all you get. Minorikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun. I don't think that's the first time we saw the woman in that picture there. Is she gonna play some role in all this too? They're making her a little bit conspicuous. Then let's get right down to it, shall we? Go right ahead. So I hear that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya shopping districts. Yes, that's right. Why so many? We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble, often at arcades or convenience store parking lots, and frequently resort to petty theft and or other mischief. Also referred to in more outmoded terms as ruffians or hoodlums. Endo said the word with marked distaste. Oh yeah, I remember there being some problem kids around. They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. They were just awful. I see. Minorikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach those punks a lesson. Wait. Vigilante squad? Whoa, hold up right there for a sec. Minorikawa jutted out his hand to interrupt. This guy's son was part of the vigilante squad? What a stroke of luck. Maybe he could also provide some info for the article on the games of Shibuya. Sorry. I don't mean to get too far off topic here. But can you tell me the name of this group your son belongs to? They call themselves SOS. Originally a group of well-meaning young people who would get together downtown as a sort of vigilante squad, trying to keep Shibuya clean and safe. In those days, the group never engaged in theft or other criminal activities. More recently, however, SOS has become one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya, resorting to defacing public property with graffiti, shoplifting, and shaking people down for cash. Prided themselves on being the top gang in Shibuya and all that. Top gang in Shibuya? Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but go me. All I have to do is step outside and the story finds me. I think I might be a natural at this. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure. But you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. Ah, now... Okay, back to Aki. Hitomi, look. There it was. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Aki couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He had been right. The crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Aki said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van. Hold on, I said. Wait! She wasn't slowing down. Aki caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to go help her. Aki knew full well what it was like to be impulsive, but this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. I know that... Yeah, Aki's right. This does smell like a trap. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was going to take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Oh, yeah, you got a point. Aki thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get in the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? Please, we have no idea who or what we might run into. Hitomi gave a slight nod. Alright, she said. But let me go first and you follow, okay? Got it, Aki replied. Aki waited as Hitomi started walking, then followed her at a distance so it wouldn't look like they were together. She headed straight for the van. Two men got out of the car, neither of them Japanese. Aki picked up his pace in case he needed to close the distance fast. One of the men approached Hitomi and said something to her. She gave an affirming nod. Suddenly the two men grabbed her from either side. They dragged her in the van and shoved her in the back seat. Yeah, I frickin' knew it. Aki broke into a sprint. Of course it was a trap. He couldn't guess what their whole plan was, but kidnapping Hitomi was obviously part of it. But before he could reach the vehicle, the doors slid shut. The van sped off an instant later. Aki raced after it. He ran as hard as he could, thinking of nothing else. He couldn't give up now. He couldn't let things end like this. He made a promise. No quitting halfway, and no turning his back on someone in trouble. But the car kept getting further and further away. Before long, it was just a blue speck that vanished into the cityscape. No. Aki never saw Hitomi again. Aki did try to warn Hitomi that checking out the van by herself was dangerous, and oh look, she got herself kidnapped. Maybe he should have put his foot down and checked things himself first. Okay, yeah, let's just insist on going first. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Aki's eyes. Please, he continued, we have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're going to try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. Please, be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Aki stepped out in the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yep, just an ordinary passerby. As he got near, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Suddenly the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Aki was surrounded. Well, what? Hey, what's the deal? Aki said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing, anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle and looked inside. Oh, shit. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it in Aki's direction. He probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Aki went into self-defense mode, kicking him straight in the jaw. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The others stared, then rushed him. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Aki was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks, too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys 3-on-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Aki! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she came out of hiding anyway. Hitomi, stay back! How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Oh. Within moments, a number of passerby had gathered around the fight. Maybe they heard Hitomi shouting. Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone call the police! Some of them began taking photos of their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back in the car. Aki couldn't stop him. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Aki merely watched it go. He'd failed. This was his fault, all of it. Aki bit his lip hard. Still, better than how could he possibly face Hitomi now? Aki. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. Aki stared down at his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not. I see. Those words, so simple and matter-of-fact, stung him to the heart. I'm so sorry. But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but He was going to say I'll make up for it somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Oh, crap. across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. Oh, he found us. Hitomi, it's him! They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogonzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Aki wasn't sure what to do. Again, unless the cane is just for show, the guy gets around pretty well. Aki wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys and side streets again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there would be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogonzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd among Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Aki and Hitomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogonzaka and through the intersection from the 109 building. Come on, Hitomi, just a little further. Okay. She was panting, but she pressed on. Aki risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. What's wrong? Hitomi asked. That guy, he's not following us. The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. Maybe he knows about the detectives then. Hitomi, can you still run? Yes, I'm alright. Then this is our chance. This way. They need to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also need to find the van again and rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Aki wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward along Center Guy. Alright, we reached the end of this hour for Aki. Nice. Okay, with that, give me a few minutes, and I'll be right back as we continue with this. Okay, now, we haven't... I don't think we've revisited Osawa's in a while. Now that... Remember, when receiving the news that Hitomi was kidnapped as well, which we found out that that she and Maria are his daughters, the guy went catatonic, and that led to a bad ending for him. But now, I think that now that Hitomi seems to be safe, let's see if this goes differently. Okay, we find out. Okay, it doesn't. I'll head to your place when I'm done. As soon as possible, sir. Yeah. We find out about the human experimentation going on with this antiviral drug. That it sounds like this Makino guy, his head honcho, did know about this. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. Mr. Osawa, are you going somewhere? A stolid-looking man stood in the hallway, almost as if he'd been waiting for Osawa to emerge. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. A detective with the Shibuya precinct's Criminal Investigation Division. He's sociable but awkward, and despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo, nice, and Little Ken Takakura, given his own quirky demeanor as a detective. Columbo is a somewhat old series of detective shows. Give him a watch. I highly recommend that series. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. And his treatment of the kidnapping case gave him an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable. No, not really. Have there been any developments, Detective? Kajiwara shook his head quietly. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not really sure what to tell you. Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. Banana? He pulled out a banana. Okay, you're gonna give me the details on the banana, huh? A highly nutritious fruit belonging to the family genus Musa. Because they contain a variety of different carbohydrates, bananas can provide long-lasting energy and are an optimal energy source when exercising. The famous slipperiness of banana peels is due to the oils in the inner part of their skin, but even if all the oils were removed, slapstick comedians would still probably slip on them anyways. Also used in kart races. Are you hungry? These are good for when you're tired. I'm fine, thanks, Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said, if you don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. He's working at a time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people in their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work. Nice, they were bad-mouthing him in his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. Gentlemen. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. So tell me, he said sarcastically, would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold? The detectives winced and grimaced. Forgive me for not being a perfect father, he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things got out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy. I am not being touchy, Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety. Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night, at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister, Hitomi, bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. I'll do it, Hitomi said. Anything for my sister. She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Osawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. We don't have 50 million just lying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us? Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. If it comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money. Okay, go ahead then, do it. We'd need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course. Oh. Well then, what's the point of that? Ai's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. Calm down, Osawa told her. You're making a scene. Ai turned away in a huff. It's all right, Detective, Osawa continued. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning and figure something out. At that, Ai stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. As soon as Hitomi has made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect, and take things from there. What? Hold on, won't that put Maria in danger? If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we have no proof that he'll return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there, Osawa had to concede. I see, he said. So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage? No, that's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least, I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. Alright then. I'll let the police do their job. Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. How long are you going to just loaf around? Ai shrieked as she stormed into the room. Hurry up and arrest this guy! She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, so the Osawas had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and appeared they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. "Hey!" I snapped again. "If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right?" Osawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. Well, I don't know if this is gonna... the equivalent of telling a woman to calm down. It's only money. It doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. By now he was accustomed to Aoi's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who passed away 15 years earlier. Oh, I see. So she's their stepmother. Ai had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. "Well," Ai continued, "are the police going to reimburse us or not?" She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. "Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria's safe." Ai stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. "Stop dodging the question! Answer me!" "Yes, of course," Kajiwara squeaked. "Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down?" He held out a banana. The banana again. I smacked it out of his hand. Oh dear, what a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered in his ear. "I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino." Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. Kajiwara followed after him. "Excuse me, Mr. Osawa." "Yes, what is it?" Just one more thing." The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. "Sir, we'd appreciate it if you could remain in the living room as much as possible." Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. "Look, I've got a ton of work to do," he said. "Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too?" "No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa." Admirable? Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. "You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius." "Genius? Me?" Osawa made a skeptical noise. "Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told." "Oh, how much does he know about this?" Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. "Everyone who is a genius is also a little bit odd, after all," Kajiwara went on. Probably he intended that as a compliment, but still. "And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. So long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know." Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? So long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, Sawa replied. Right. Precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. Oh, jeez. What the... Okay, that's a little creepy close up there. I'd appreciate it if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this, then? Chocolate? A half-eaten chocolate bar. This time he pulled a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. In a daze of exasperation, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. Aww. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There's a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters or virology? Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try and compare the two. He had known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated, and sometimes made people act inconsistently. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. Okay. That's the end of Osawa's then. Okay, let's go back to Tama then. Okay, Mr. Yanagishita lets out a sob-soaked sigh. I'll try again. It'll be okay. Whether or not it helps you lose weight, it is spicy and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Shiri says. How much are you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Selling all 300 bottles would yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen. After deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for the part-timers, and printing flyers, this yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who would fork out that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. What? Chiri's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh, no frickin' way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently, he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Chiri replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't even find the words, so I'm flabbergasted. Can't just sit there and don't speak up. Isn't this just a scam? I can't even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. Hey, I try to murmur. Sorry, what was your name again? He interjects. Oh, right, I'm Tama. Why are you still wearing your costume? I stumble my way through an explanation. Wow, so then, are you going to do the sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that won't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point's exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. Oh, gee. How about we just cut it off you? Chiri says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. The blades make an unsettling snip-snip sound as she waggles them in my face. What? No, you can't do that, Yanagishita exclaims. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing. Then what am I supposed to do, I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down? Chiri suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh, thanks, Chiri. Oh, hey, good idea, Yanagishita says. He seems to make an effort to calm himself down at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, I guess that's that then. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. Model, huh? It's flattering, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money no matter what. My troubles all started earlier this morning. I was at a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. I happened to pass by and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. And I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it déjà vu, something like that. It was as if I'd been drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly, but I only had 20,000 on me. Nonetheless, I needed to have it. Ah, so the 20,000 from this gig would let her afford it. There was just one question. How? Somehow, I managed to drag myself away from the shop, Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Nagashita. "Hey," a voice said out of nowhere. "If you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work." I found myself staring at this frumpy, middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director, Junichi Nagashita, Yamato Health Foods Company, Ltd. "I'm in a real bind here. Need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? I'm begging you, just one day." He seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to just walk off. "Oh. Please! Please!" Yanagashita grabbed me by the hand. "Watch it, pal," I snapped. "Hands off or I start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out." "Look, I'm in a hurry. Please. Please! Knock it off." I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip. Oh! No means no. Yanagashita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. "Where'd that come from?" he gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. "Well, not in that shot." "You a martial artist or something?" No, I think that was just a fluke." Truth was, I was surprised myself at how well I pulled off that escape move. "Okay, then. Look, I'm sorry. Can you give me a hand?" "No way. I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. Ow, 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 ow." I guess the least I could do was help the guy get onto his feet. "Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please, don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me." I let out a sigh, but my interest was admittingly piqued. "What kind of job?" "I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are going to go through the roof." Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I initially suspected. "All right, maybe I'm interested," I said. "There's just one thing." "Yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it." "I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible." "So if the day only pays 10,000... All right then, if you can sell 100 bottles at our sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound?" I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. "Got a deal. You have my services for the day," I said, bowing my head. "Yes!" Yanagashita jumped for joy. What about your hip?" "Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now. All better. Fixed itself just now." Yanagashita bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. "Look, I'm sorry," he added hurriedly. "I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent, and I saw you, and, well... Was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry, just a little, about whether he'd actually pay up. "Look, I've staked everything on this sales demo later today," he went on. "This is the make-or-break opportunity of a lifetime." "Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt." 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagashita's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. "If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy howdy, am I up the creek without a paddle." "How did you even get into a situation like that?" I asked. He gazed skyward, a far-off look in his eyes. "Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand." He laughed and smiled at his own words, but he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. "Anyway, real quick, could you put this on?" Mr. Yanagashita briskly rummaged through his bundle, then thrust a cat costume out toward me. What? Here? Yeah, before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. The burning hammer in the sample bottles is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it's intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous would win over any customers, but you never know. There could be housewives or young women out there who'd accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. The job's already started, you know. And with that, Mr. Yanagishita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take the chance this job would pay out. I doubt we're going to be able to sell a single bottle of this crap, Cheery whispers in my ear. Just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than anyone else. Once again, I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull, aching throb in the back of my head. Will that necklace play a significant part? It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I had gotten a good bonk on the head or something. Tama's hours concluded. That just leaves us with Minorikawa. No, my son isn't in the gang anymore. Oh, Minorikawa hesitated. Guess he's of no use to me, then. Oh, believe me, I know how you feel. Oh, is that... The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. Oh, is that... Oh. He taken a jab, then. There was no point in interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the gang anymore. I figured that Minorikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he got in a lead in the form of a name. SOS. That was progress. Alright, so back to the matter at hand. He flipped his notebook back open. What'd you decide to do about all those juvenile delinquents? I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. Camera's designed to send video information to a computer via the internet. Look carefully, you can spot them outside private residences and on public streets. They're installed for surveillance. Given the risk of transmitted data being intercepted, the images recorded by such cameras are generally encrypted to prevent playback by unauthorized third parties. Many landmarks and attractions make their camera footage publicly available online. I see. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick? Sure did. So then other local businesses heard about and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over downtown. So who's in charge of these security cameras? Members of the downtown business committee take turns. The cameras are connected via a wireless network that business owners can access throughout the area. A LAN, or local area network, communication system that can only be used within a limited geographical area. A wireless LAN transmits using electronic signals, although convenient because it doesn't require cable attachments. There's a risk of signals conveyed in this way being intercepted by a third party. How's your security for this wireless network? Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seemed surprised at the question. All the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. Encryption is the process of encoding data so it's indecipherable by a third party. Restoring encrypted data to its initial form requires what's called a key. Program designed for this purpose. There are two main types of such cryptographic systems. Secret key crypto systems use the same key for both encryption and decryption. Public key encryption uses public key to encrypt the data, but require a private key. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Techno babble. But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think? Minorikawa asked. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime prevention and protecting individual privacy. Uh-huh. And who determines what that balance is? Minorikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. That would be me. I've been entrusted with the management of the security cameras. I see. So essentially you're providing your own moral oversight. Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Endo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order. Right, you've had your 5 minutes. Now get out of here. The shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back. I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry ice machine, Norikawa hollered at the closing door. When Akiomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater all the meetup time, production assistant Yukio Tezuka went to call him at his apartment. Upon arriving, Tezuka found the place had been staked out by debt collectors. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen, and they wouldn't leave his home until he paid up. Looked like the only way to save Mondo was to give the debt collectors the operating funds for the theater. But before Tezuka could head back to relay the news, the props master, Shinichi Bando, showed up. Continued in episode 3. Endo didn't reply. Minorikawa had gotten enough of a story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry to a coffee shop and get started on some copy. Mush mush. He was making his way down along Dogenzaka when his cell phone rang. The incoming call display showed Chiaki's name. Chiaki, what's going on? Oh, it's no use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. What's no use? I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the street. What? Why not? It's just that everyone seems so busy when they're walking past. If I try to interrupt them, they're going to be all mad at me. Who the hell cares if they get mad? Minorikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out. I don't want them to be mad at me, she whimpered again. Well, this wasn't about what she wanted, was it? She was supposed to be working, not whining. Look, Chiaki, you need to get me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear? He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. Damn it, Minorikawa muttered. Just what I needed. One more thing to worry about. He pulled at his hair a few times, then cast his worried gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. Alright, I think that's everybody then has cleared the 11 o'clock hour. Okay, 12 o'clock. Let me see. see. I'm just gonna close my eyes, let the roulette wheel spin, and I'll pick somebody at random. Okay, Tama again. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. Shuri is laying out the assortment of snacks that we'll have on hand. Still taunting Tama, though, because she still can't take off the costumes. Hey, Tama, you hungry? Yes, I am. I mean, it should be pretty obvious at this point. God, is Shuri just taunting us at this point? And I've had since putting on this stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea. Hey now, Shuri shoots back. What's with the attitude? Shuri, you do remember you ate my lunch, right? The sticker said it was best before noon. You just made that up. Yeah. Shuri chortles merrily and chugs some more iced tea. Okay, folks, Mr. Yanagishita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over. Back to work. I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. There's a box full of Onagachi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing those down? Onagachi, I ask. What's that? The name makes it sound like some sort of product knockoff. like Tamagotchi? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Mr. Yanagishita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of them? Yeah, it is. Fucking Tamagotchi. You know, Onagachi. It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay. A portable electronic game in which you raise a conger eel, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending on how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Onagachi device. There's also a sister product, Trout Watch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. The sister product for, and of course, as most are no doubt aware, the sister product for Tamagotchi would become much more well known as Digimon. Never heard of it, I say. Huh, well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. But it's all the rage right now. Right now with youngsters over in New York City. New York City? Oh, he must mean yeah. It's popular in New York? Really? Anyway, I did some quick checking, and that's what I learned. So last month, I bought a whole bunch of them. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch. Shuri dropping the hard truth. Mr. Yanagishita lets out a pathetic whimper. No! Just like that, his confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy. Really? Fishy? Pun intended or not? I mean, think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? He muses. And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None, that's what! I should have known that! I did know it! Oh god, what's with this guy? Then why'd you buy him? This farce is getting tiresome. Anyway, Yanagishita continues, It was going to cost way too much to keep him in storage, so I was just going to let the recycling guy take him. He hangs his head in shame. In a matter of moments, he's borderline catatonic. The type of eel that gives Anagachi its name, Anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. Mr. Yanagashita is probably wishing he could crawl into a hole right about now. Cherry, on the other hand, flashes a big, bright grin. Still, you know, eel's pretty delicious. Oh, Cherry! Yanagashita blurts. Thank you! He clasps her hands in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss. It's the same thing. There's a little bit of me in each of my products. Anagachi and I are one and the same. A brief Anagachi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food and give it proper exercise. Another important strategy tip is to make sure to obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kapabachi Kitchen Town partway through the game. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Go on then, say something nice about eels. Shiri chimes in right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite. You know, those two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Chiri. Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what any of this is about, but if it helps mend Mr. Yanagashita's wounded spirits, I guess I can't complain. I leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. The storeroom door opens with a rough grating sound. Okay, where's the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My costume paws mute the sensations in my hands, though enough that even finding that is difficult. I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently I found the switch, even if I don't feel it. Whoa, what the heck is this? The storeroom's practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings. An oddly shaped hat bearing the words, "Grow 2 inches guaranteed." A cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says it's set with a miracle stone. These stones are nothing more than simple glass beads purchased at 5,000 yen apiece. The seller claimed normally these sell for 10,000 a pop, but if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off. At which the buyer declared, "It really is a miracle," before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. The fact that someone like Yanagashita actually exists to buy these things up is also kind of a miracle. It's like this is the knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from their pathetic herd, knowing their time has come, and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see. Anagachi, Anagachi. I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. Then I catch sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. Eeh! Roaches? It's one of them! Black, flat, quick, long antenna, often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, their legs wind up in restaurant food. Ew. Size, the speed, the dark shape, it couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadow of the Anagachi box, the faint light catching the luster of its carapace. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast. I challenge it to single combat! It flutters aloft. It's gunning for me, alright? Bracing myself, I step forward to confront it, which paradoxically helps calm my nerves. I get the sneaking suspicion this isn't the first time I've done battle with one of these things. It's like I've trained myself to protect someone who's even more scared of them than I am. As I mull that over, the thing hovering in the air presses its attack against me. Now's my chance. I snatch up a nearby piece of cardboard and swat at the creature hard. It sails out the window in a graceful arc, then flitters away into the world beyond. Whew, at least we parted on mutually acceptable terms. I didn't have to squash it or blast it with pesticide. Hefting the box labeled Onagachi, I scurry away from the graveyard of schlock merchandise. Phew, I made it. When I got back to the break room, Mr. Nagashita is still clutching Cherry's hands. Oh, how are you two lovebirds doing? And eel's super tasty and with salt broil it too. Thank you. But tempura style's probably the best. Thank you! Well, Mr. Yanagashita's spirits have certainly turned around. Okay, got it. I hold out the big cardboard box. Excellent, thank you. You girls are the greatest, Yanagashita shouts. His voice resounds with gratitude. Hey, that's it. I've just got an amazing idea. Why don't the three of us start our own company? I'll pass. Cherry and I respond in unison. Oh dear. That was a hard no. Man, you two shot down that one quick. Well, for today, let's just focus on selling Burning Hammer. By the way, Ask, where is the Burning Hammer? There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I don't see any here either. Oh, that's right, it's out back in the loading dock. We should probably go bring it in. Oh, and bring the Onagachis with you too. The recycling guy's gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go. Cherry and I follow Mr. Yanagashita out to the loading dock. But the loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There's no sign of the Burning Hammer anywhere. It's gone, Mr. Yanagashita murmurs. Then his voice raises to a shout. It's gone! All gone! The Burning Hammer! It's all gone! Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering into the cracks. But no matter where he looks, there's nothing for him to find. It was right here a little while ago, like, right here. Right here! I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Mr. Yanagashita cries out in alarm. Well, there it is. We can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed's piled high with cardboard boxes and other assorted trash. Hey, boss, is that? Yes, there it is. Mr. Yanagashita begins racing after the truck. My Burning Hammer! His voice cracks as he cries out. Give that back! Give it back! But he's no match for a speeding truck, and the boxes of Burning Hammer vanish before his eyes. Burning Hammer! Come back! Come back! Oh my goodness. Yanagashita's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie. The hell? What's up with that truck? Tama, who the heck was that? Don't look at me, I reply. With all those piles of stuff, it looked like the recycling guy. As soon as he says that, revelation dawns on his face. The recycling guy, he mutters. I can see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy gave me an idea. If it was him, maybe he thought he was picking up the Onagachis by mistake. We have to find it! We have to find that truck! The man is absolutely beside himself. Chiri, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down. Wait, why do we have to look for it? Again, Chiri and I speak in chorus. If there's no sales demo, there's no money to pay you. Then all the work you've done will be for nothing. Right, when he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gotten far, he continues. Now go hunt for it like your life depended on it. Chiri and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this? She asks. Want to search together, or shall we split up? I suppose we'll cover more ground if we split up. Chiri and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. I make my way to Center Guy. I'm so focused on searching all over as I walk that I lose track of where I'm going. I wind up bumping right into a man who's hurrying along with his daughter. Oh, it's Toyama. Toru and Hana Toyama. They came to Center Guy to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya Onecombe. While wandering around distractedly, looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped right into Tama. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and bow to the man in apology. Ow! He bows at the same time we manage to bonk our heads together. Sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Oh, where's Hana going? Hey, Hana, wait! The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. Yeah, she does kind of give off that vibe, doesn't she? Nursing my own sore head, I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. I'll probably never find it just by wandering around randomly. It's already 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. Ugh, what should I do? Okay, so with that, we haven't been with Kano in a while. Kano had been watching Syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. The man he was tailing now was about 10 meters away, close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remained the same: follow and observe. Okay, so members of this syndicate just keep passing off the case to one another. Are they? It seems like they're aware of the cops and their dragnet. They're trying to confuse them from the look of things. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? It was Sasayama. At some point, he crept up on Kano from behind. Still with the amazing waifu t-shirt and overalls combo. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged. Or is this whole thing just a distraction? I wonder. This is all just a distraction ploy. Yeah, it's weird. Kano recalled dictum number 89. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. If Tateno's wisdom held true, the Syndicate must have some reason for what it's doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off the scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying in the same area. They were just running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after? Buying time. Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. If they needed more time to make sure they got their hands on the ransom payment... Wait, hold on. Could it be that... Could it be the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore? I've got it. Sasayama perked up. You got what? Each time these crooks hand off the case, they sneak out a couple of million yen. They keep doing that, eventually the case itself is empty. Of course. That's how they've been playing us. Kano and Sasayama exchanged a look. How many people would they need to make the switch for them? How many people would need to make the switch for them to get all the money? Sasayama asked. 50 million yen divided by 1 million, that makes 5 people. That's it then. No, wait. 50 people. That many? That can't be the deal then, Sasayama said. I guess not. How many people are involved in this plot? It sounds like it's sounding like there are quite a few. They will decide in unison. The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. The heck! Sasayama grumbled. He's right back where we started. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the Syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. Huh? Oh. She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but didn't slow down. Within moments, he left her behind. Okay, who's this chick? It looked like she just passed him a message. That's what it's sounding like, yeah. Well, that's sure fishy, Sasayama muttered. What, the girl? Asked Kano. Yeah. Want to go hit her up? Sasayama can mean only one thing, questioning her. That or maybe something else, but, let's go see what she knows. Yeah, let's go see what she knows. Sasayama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss, we'd like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Tell me this, are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written there in big, bold letters. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly, are you happy? If so, could you please take the survey about, if you know, about your life? Are you happy with it? What? Is she one of the... Is she one of those evangelist types? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know, did you speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking. Sir, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life right now? What is your malfunction, lady? Kano got a sinking feeling in his stomach. This kid was looking for religious converts or something. Yeah, that's what she's coming off as. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What'd you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ruddy face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out here trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, he said, for the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Damn, what? Passerby began shooting curious looks at the trio. Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. He didn't quite manage to stifle the embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. He hurried away, his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. Didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. That fact made the whole situation even weirder. Yeah, wouldn't that make him a little too conspicuous? Almost like as if they were trying to draw attention to themselves. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more likely they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things out loud and clear in that front. Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostage's safety. This was a situation where Tatsuno would have to stick to... Tatsuno would have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. A burglar had shut himself in a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Yeah, you already told us that story. Kano had just been put on police box duty and was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from the standoff. Nobody's assigned to a detective post right after graduating from police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers. Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance on the first floor. Things were getting heated. A crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. "Step aside!" a voice said suddenly from amidst the throng. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. "I'm sorry, sir," Kano said. "You have to stay back for your own safety." He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. A no-nonsense look crossed the newcomer's face. He spoke in a low voice. "I'm Detective Tatano from the Shibuya precinct. What's the situation?" "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course." Kano stammered, then quickly explained. He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people in the upper floors of the building. Giving only a slight nod, Tatano marched straight up the building. The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tatano picked it up and dumped the remaining contents over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I've covered myself in gasoline too," Tatano called out from the entryway. The tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Kano heard the burglar shouting from inside. "If you're gonna do it, do it!" Tatano called out. "We can die together!" And he walked into the building. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tatano was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hand trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tatano slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hand. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tatano handed the now docile suspect over to the detectives, then wearily sat down against the planter out front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. "That was amazing," Kano breathed. "You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand, and you never know how things might go south on you." Tatano spoke quietly, as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed there were children and elderly people among them. If the perp managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. But, I mean, what if he actually set the place on fire? If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same. Kano still remembered the awe he felt at Tatano's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession, and his time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. He never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. But now, here he was in the presence of a detective who literally risked his life in the line of duty without a second thought. A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever. Getting back to his feet, Tatsuno tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. Kano wrote the words in a notebook he'd just purchased. Thus, the Dick Diary was born. Thinking back to the way Tatsuno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano is now certain. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. He uttered the fundamental dictum out loud. Well, you've lost sight of it completely. A voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. Oh. It was Shizuo. Oh. Rumi was with him. Sir? Kano stuttered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for... There was some lowlife there, so he left. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now, he looked like a man possessed. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm still on duty at the moment. I'm going back home, Shizuo huffed. You're not marrying my daughter. He turned to walk away. No, please, just wait. I'm done waiting. Now I'm going home. Please, don't do this. Just hear me out. I've heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving. Dad, please. Goodbye. Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind. Shinya! She called out over her shoulder. Rumi! She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated, in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Detective Tatsuno, what should I do? Still, the dictum echoed in his head. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Rumi? Maybe that's what that could mean. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Whoa, 6 months later? What's with the time skip? Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in the Nagano countryside. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, their friendship was now growing strong. Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. He looked forward to tending the crops he'd sown until harvest came around. If he stayed on as a detective, he might well have never found the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Rumi's belly would be ready to celebrate it with them. Is this a... Oh, I'm not sure. Is that such a bad ending? Kano went after Rumi and Shizuo, proving his devotion and earning her hand in marriage, Now he's a farmer in Nagano, and crime in Tokyo is someone else's problem. But hang on a sec, why weren't Rumi and Shizuo waiting at the cafe like they were supposed to be? Well, there's no way for Kano to know about how one man's bit of curiosity at that cafe... One man's bit of curiosity at that cafe led to the strange twist of fate. Interesting. Something to do with Rumi and Shizuo at the cafe, then. What about the, She can't be involved with this, can she? Sasayama flashed him a skeptical look. Don't let your preconceptions get the better of you. Could get you killed. Fixed notions one has about something before the facts are known could be a hindrance into thinking freely. If you think about it too hard, you might fall victim to the preconception that preconceptions themselves are always bad. I know that, but still, she doesn't come across as involved to me. Kano knew better than to judge people based on appearance, but he was still convinced the girl wasn't part of this gang. She just struck him as far too, well, inept, really. Alright, I'll go look into the girl, Sasayama said. You keep following the Itachi case. Right. Could they really be that ignorant when they were wearing the same eye-catching... Okay, this... Okay, that goes... Okay, that travels the same route then. So, once more, I'll take a quick break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, let's see how much further we can go with... Let's see. Okay, Tama, we've got... Who shall we go with next? I'm kind of curious about Aki's right now. Running through Center Guy. Aki and Hitomi scampered through the back roads, along Center Guy, white sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. Aki kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. "There's no way he'll find us here," he said. "No one knows about this place." He took another look around and let out a sigh of relief. Seemed they managed to shake the gunman for now. Back when Aki was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. Abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Aki when he founded it. Originally a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it's since become a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. The gang started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. But it wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Aki couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out in the street or plastered walls in graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started to pick fights with its members. These guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon it became one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. "Let's lay low here for a bit and see what happens," Aki said. The alley where they hid was a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. Only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to Dogonzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. "Aki?" Hitomi whispered. "I think I can handle myself from here." She got to her feet and gave Aki a deep bow. "Whoa," Aki held up a hand. "We've been over this already. You're not going to be okay. That guy has a gun." "If you let her go up against that assassin alone, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself." "Thank you so much for everything you've done for me," Hitomi continued, as if she hadn't heard him. She trying to go it on her own again. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. "Hey, what did I just say?" "Really, Aki, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore. But, I mean..." Aki tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. "There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me." Her tone was resolute. "Yeah, we're not... No, let's not... We're not going to let her go it alone now." Aki was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong with that? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. I'm not the most dependable guy. I know that. But still, Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Aki trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Oh. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. Looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. The Nokani building. Ah, this multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. A diet aid sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. The storm door opens with a rough grating sound. Okay, where's the light switch? Nursing my own sore head, I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. I'll never find it by just wandering around randomly. It's 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. What should I do? Oh, I thought that was supposed to... Then what was the point of this one? The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Aki saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. Not only was he letting her go back out there alone, still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi? Humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Well, first, you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Aki let out the breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. I don't understand. What's good? You gave me my reason why I have to help you. I super respect people who respect the environment. I'm one of those whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. Aki pointed at his mean clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I said the answer was to toss the plastic in the trash? Well, then I'd need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. So you were going to tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn you care so much about proper recycling. Yes, I'm sure that's all there is to it. You totally don't have the hots for her. Yeah, we know, Aki. Aki cracked a huge grin. Okay then. Okay? If you really are that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Aki thought. Yep. What? Something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? Looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Aki, what are you staring at? You got something stuck there. What, on my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. Oh. Oh, the roach! 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Yeah! Aki yelped. It's a cockroach! He jumped backwards, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Sorry, that gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen from one of the windows up there. Still, Hitomi didn't move. Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? With a muffled gargle, Hitomi passed out on the spot. Her body as stiff as a mannequin. Oh, really? You're that scared of cockroaches? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi! Hitomi! No matter how loudly Aki called her name, Hitomi wouldn't come to. Huh? From that day onward, Aki devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that the city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or if nothing else, his atonement. What the fuck? What the fuck is... What the... What the fuck kind of ending was the cockroach? Are you fucking shitting me right now, game? Okay, now you're just taking the piss, game. Come on. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell on her head from out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Aki were right underneath the Nakoni building, where they're selling Burning Hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out one-on-one out on one of the upper floors. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. Oh. That's where you're getting at. Oh my goodness. Wait a sec. Snatch the cardboard box and make a run for it. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. I made it. Okay.
Sneaking out from the alley, Aki and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets, back toward Dogenzaka. Okay, no more roach. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares. That would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. Aki looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Oh, well, look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him. He spun around. Oh, yo, Mean Clean, over here! Who the fuck are you? Aki spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. At his side were two others. Aki recognized the lot. SOS. Oh, members of his old gang. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Aki? Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride past the trio. Whoa, hey now. You just gonna ignore me? It's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. Three toughs moved to bar Aki's path. Oh, she is hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Hella fine, extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed. Very, a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. Sorry, man, Aki said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave him a tepid smile. Big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Maruyamacho? Okay. Too rich, another chimed in. She a screamer, Aki? Achi! Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Aki's name, and there you go. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Aki! 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 Aki felt his anger boil. This is kind of what I'm leaning most towards. Sore need of a major ass kicking. Aki stepped up to the ringleader. The tough dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Oh, sorry, that was terribly rude of me. Aki kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the others like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he gonna be alright? Hitomi murmured. She looked at the man Aki had laid out with some concern. Oh, he'll be fine. That's all it took to knock him out. He's got no right to act all badass. Aki, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Oh, what the hell? A taller man with an angry gleam in his eyes appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. That's me, Aki replied. And just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. The name's Yoji Kiryu. I joined up with SOS after you left. Used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago, known as the Killer Whale of Bokuro. He answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang, however, and lately he's been hanging around Shibuya. Now I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. The newcomer stared at Aki's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. The founder. Been a long time since anyone called him that. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder? That was just something his buddies called him. He never paid it much heed. Shibuya's a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least in Aki's mind, that was how it ought to be. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage. Bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other types of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the temp link here got your hopes up. You're a real hero. Kiryu's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Hitomi shuddered. Aki couldn't blame her for being creeped out. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiryu continued. You went modestly on your way. It's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. That thought didn't sit right with Aki. If aggressive expansion was the name of the game was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Make your SOS bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was Susumu's call as well. Kiryu didn't answer his question. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer. In any event, I think these boys might need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick. Capital punishment device invented in 18th century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation, by means of a heavy blade that descends from above. Named for physician Joseph Ignacy Guillotine, who had advocated its use in the National Assembly. Both King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started an alarm. Whoa, hey, just calm down, man. Please, anything but the guillotine. Kiryu pointedly ignored their pleas. Whoa, hey, what's the guillotine? Aki asked. Kiryu smirked. The guillotine is the guillotine. With me, worms. Without a glance back, Kiryu strolled away. His two underlings followed him, unhappily. Aki wondered what lay in store for them, but right now, he had more important things to worry about. Come on, let's go. He took Hitomi by the hand, and they were back on their way. Oh! Hitomi perked up. That's me! She reached up into her pocket and took out her cell phone. Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. What is it? Aki asked. It's an email. From Mr. Tanaka. Who's Mr. Tanaka? He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Aki remembered the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open his message. I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said. Besides, he's not the police and he's not your family. Yeah, you're right. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. Sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know about the kidnapping? Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear to Aki that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. I think it should be, Aki told her. I mean, the kidnappers aren't going to know you sent an email, right? Hitomi began typing out a response. Aki watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There is no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers, was there? Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy. Can I... Can I jump right to hear from... The rain won't let up. No matter how much time passes, it just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful, heart-rending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. Yet no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop. Osawa stared at a postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He purchased it 2 years ago while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. Originally indicated Iran, Afghanistan, and the regions surrounding them. In modern times, the term refers to part of southwestern Asia, excluding India and Afghanistan, and the section of northeastern Africa, along with the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan, as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. He mentioned that he was being sent there on business, and Maria just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she'd been yearning to see the area firsthand. Ongoing friction in the Palestine region between the Jewish people who founded the nation of Israel and the Arabs who've been living there previously. The religious and historical context of this cultural clash is well beyond the scope of what can be elucidated here. His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She had always tended to be quiet and self-contained. The clumsy conversations aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence, it all felt like such a distant memory to Osawa now. "Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that." He heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door. "Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit." The detective was arguing with Ai. Great. "And just who was it who told me I should try to go about my life as normal, Osawa's wife sneered. "Ma'am, please, how would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait?" Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try and calm her down. Ma'am, please wait." By the time Osawa had made his way downstairs, his wife had already stormed outside, despite Kajiwara's attempts to stop her. Osawa doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would have only made for an even worse uproar. He was glad at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective. Any idea where she's going? Kajiwara asked. I mean, at a time like this? Asawa shook his head. I wouldn't know. I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else. Asawa arched an eyebrow. That's one way to describe her. A rather rude way, as a matter of fact. Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since this case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms. The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became. What's your point? He demanded. I just mean, you haven't been having any, marital discourse. According to one survey, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non-existent. Various reasons for this were offered by the couples in question. Many claimed that they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated, we wind up fighting when we talk, or we have nothing to talk about. Mind your own business, Sawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head deferentially. The two of us not talking isn't a new thing anyhow, Asawa added. I have a policy of not having pointless conversations. It's quite common for Kenji Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days, during which he didn't talk to anyone. Didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood. Microorganisms such as viruses don't have conversations, and yet still they continually propagate in order to survive. Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence. Once you have a clear purpose, conversation is unnecessary. And do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa? Of course I do. To be a family. Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. At least I've learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely, that you don't like to have pointless conversations. It's a good thing to know. Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, then crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But you see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversations with me, and because you keep coming to talk to me, Asawa saw red. You don't leave me much of a choice. Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked. No. Asawa struggled to regain his calm. Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about. He turned back to Kajiwara. My apologies, Detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy? Kajiwara didn't move. Detective? Asawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes, what is it? Kajiwara said at last. Don't you play dumb with me. Give us some privacy. Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear? Actually, yes. It's work-related. There are business matters I'd prefer to keep confidential. Ah, I see. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. Tanaka? Asawa began. About those emails. He stopped abruptly. Kajiwara reappeared in the living room door, staring right at them. What are you doing? Asawa demanded. Oh, should I not be watching? Asawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. I mean, you never told me I couldn't watch. Because it should be obvious. The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Asawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Anyway, sir, you were saying? Yes, about those emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent to anyone on the outside. Sharing a Nakoshi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required approval of an executive committee that included Osawa himself. There should have been no way the antiviral could be sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries had no interest for him whatsoever. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval to... You know what, forget about that right now. What do we do about security? In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Technology that allows an individual's identity to be verified by scanning the fingerprints. One element of biometrics is the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in the palms of their hands or the viruses of their eyes. Wait, there is something else there. Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Because a dangerous virus is also stored there. The virus, or the lab where the antiviral is kept, is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tier lock system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Tanaka followed his drift. Yes, I see what you mean. He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Could someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication system? Check the entry logs. Ask Makino in person. But check the entry logs. Anyone who wanted to get inside had to present their ID card to the security guard on duty. It should be possible to check the computer logs to see if there had been any suspicious activity in the system. Tanaka shook his head. I already checked the logs, sir. There was no evidence of anything suspicious. You're welcome to check for yourself, sir, if you're that worried. No, I believe you. Yet the fact the antiviral had been used for clinical testing. Either Makino had taken it from the laboratory personally, or someone working on his orders had done so. But how? Was there really some way they could have bypassed lab security without anyone else knowing? So I couldn't think how it would be possible. You again? Oh, just one more thing. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara as he looked stiff and pale. Something terrible has happened, he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. Maria, is she... Kajiwara shook his head. No, it's not that. What is it then? Osawa asked, his voice trembling. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. You see, the toilet's clogged. What the fuck, man? Why you doing me like this? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. Okay, yes, we know what a plunger is. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping the floor with a rag. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Are you kidding? I was hoping you could tell me that. The plunger sucked and slurped at the porcelain basin. This was a first for Osawa. He never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa. The hell are you talking about? What about this constitutes a blessing? I just mean that at least this happened before you need to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile on his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Oh my god. Grumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous, in fact. His daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck unclogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy, and here he was unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? If you need to urinate, use the restroom on the second floor. It's alright, here's fine. Tanaka stepped inside beside him and abruptly shut the bathroom door. Now the two men were crammed together in the narrow lavatory. Hey, Osawa hissed. What the hell are you doing? Tanaka made eye contact with Osawa via the mirror. He spoke in a hushed voice. I've been waiting. For a moment I could get you alone. Oh. What? Tanaka sidled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corners of his eyes. This'll only take a moment. Osawa could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. Oh yeah, the plunger's gonna make a great weapon. Hey, come on, knock it off! Osawa lifted the plunger like a weapon. Quiet! Tanaka chided again, taking out a cell phone. Huh? Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa can never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. Oh. Well, that was a very weird development that happened in this. haven't gone through Minorikawa yet. Stood on the sidewalk, weighing his options. Chiaki's phone call had thrown him for a loop. He expected her to be anxious about doing interviews, but wow, she was a real basket case. Still, that didn't change the fact he had a schedule of his own to keep. The surveillance camera story had to be its own top priority. Chiaki would have to find some way to fumble through things on her end. He headed down Dogenzaka, scanning his surroundings as he went. There were cameras set up on streetlights all over the place. There were so many it was hard to believe he never noticed them before. One over there, another just over here. Electronic eyes peering down at passerby from high above, where they were tougher to spot. Just how are the people who came to Shibuya reacting to this situation? Hey, you there! Minorikawa called out to a man riding on his bicycle. Hey, you, stop! Oh, is that the guy who was... That's the guy who was supposedly picking trash. The man brought his bike to a sudden stop. Yeah, Taisei Yasuda, proprietor of a knick-knack shop in Dagobako. Roughly 30 minutes earlier, while he was wandering along the JR tracks, picking up lost and abandoned items, Aki foisted off his trash onto him, so he's in a bit of a foul mood. Since then, he's been going along on his bicycle, still picking up things on the roadside. There's a trunk on the back of his bike where he stores his finds. What's the matter? He asked. Hi, the name's Minoru Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. Okay. Just doing interviews for a magazine, and I'd like to talk to you. Magazine? Which one? 4-star General Gossip. Minorikawa did his best to sound proud. Oh, well, I'm actually in a bit of a hurry here. Minori soldiered on. See that? He pointed at one of the nearby surveillance cameras. What? Man, that's the blimp? A massive blimp was indeed drifting slowly overhead. The flow season lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter thin air gas. This envelope, the balloon, is often used for corporate advertising. This particular blimp has been puttering about the skies above the Shibuya since overnight. No, the camera! The camera watched them both in uncaring silence. Oh, that. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? Those cameras have been installed all throughout Shibuya. They're taking everything and everything. Privacy be damned. A shocked pallor came to the man's face. Oh, really? He muttered uneasily to himself. Guess I should be careful next time I go picking stuff up. Hey, what are you talking about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, nothing, just stuff. Way to dodge the question entirely. Anyhow, I think there are some good things about the cameras too, the man said hurriedly. Oh? Minorikawa asked. Such as? Well, I mean, they must have helped catch some crooks, right? Yeah, I think you might be right about that. Oh, I am? The man looked shocked to have had his own statement confirmed. Are you hiding something from me? Huh? Nothing in particular. The man shook his head vehemently. Nothing at all, really. Well, whatever, Norikawa said. In any case, even if the cameras are helping in arresting criminals, there are some places where people just don't want to be watched. What? For instance, how would you like it if someone set up a security camera inside your home? What do you mean? I mean, a burglar may try to get in your home. If you had a security camera, you could be alerted right away. Isn't that kind of an extreme argument? Nope, you're the one making the extreme argument here. What? The man stared bewildered. You're saying it's okay for folks to film people around town as much as they might like, but not take a look inside people's houses.
Yeah, I guess I am, the man mumbled.
Minorikawa snorted. You don't think too deeply about things, do you? He mocked. The man huffed in indignation. I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion to want to bring down crime but also protect privacy. Well, yeah, so? So if they're just gonna set up cameras around town, I'm okay with that. Minorikawa grinned inwardly. You're being naive, he said. Way too naive. Naive about what? By now, the man was getting worked up. Once you start letting people watch you some of the time, you'll eventually let them do it more and more. That's how the world works. Yeah, I think this boy gets it. A simple change in camera angle is all it takes to steal the last traces of your privacy away. That's kind of funny coming from you. Doesn't four-star general gossip get all of its scuttlebutt by invading the privacy of others? Since when are you people concerned with personal privacy? Meaning what exactly? Minorikawa asked. You know damn well what I mean. Have you no shame? I've got nothing to be ashamed about, Minorikawa explained. If some celebrity scandal breaks, I write it up in the form of top-class socially consciousness expose. That's the Minorikawa seal of quality. The man rolled his eyes. Please, as if anyone's ever heard of that. Your everyday freelance reporter would say something about how security firms would have no right to use cameras to disrupt personal privacy, but not me. Oh no. I'm the only guy who would write a first-class piece on the subject. And you want to know why? The man's only response was a doubtful look. Because privacy only exists for me to utterly demolish it. Minorikawa finished with a prideful grin. That's nothing but journalistic arrogance, the man railed. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd rather have surveillance cameras any day. If the alternative is some weird gossip piece... This time, Minorikawa didn't have a handy retort. An awkward silence descended over the pair. Right, I see. Minorikawa muttered to himself as he busily scribbled in his notepad. The man was visibly taken aback. Thank you for your cooperation, Minorikawa said at last. You gave me some good stuff. He held up a hand to forestall an angry retort. I realize I probably got you a bit riled up. You'll have to forgive me. The man peered up at Minorikawa in disbelief. This is just my interview style. Sorry, I know it's a little unorthodox. Buddy, you're a weirdo, you know that? The man said. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Minorikawa laughed. So can I go now? Sure, I'll quote you as Passerby A in my article. Sure, whatever, the man muttered. He quickly sped off on his bicycle. Minorikawa now had some material for his surveillance camera piece. He wanted to organize what he managed to put together so far, so he decided to head toward his next interview location, keeping an eye out for a cafe where he could stop to work on his copy. He used the map included in the project proposal to guide him. It was hard to read the words and make out the details, but it looked like the Nokani building, where the Burning Hammer demo was being held, was just down center guy. There was no indication of which floor the event would be held on. However, that made him a little anxious, but he'd probably be able to find someone to point him in the right direction once he got to the building. He spotted a cafe up ahead. Coffee, please, he shouted as he strode inside. He slumped down in an open chair. Hopefully, he'd be able to hold up in here until 1 o'clock, working on his article. How are we on... couldn't have done it by then. Finishing the whole issue by the end of the day would be a tall order. He pulled a cigarette from his overcoat as he waited for his computer to boot up. Having a smoke was Minorikawa's little trigger for going into writing mode. As Minorikawa goes about his job, he switches between writing mode, interview mode, food mode, and sleep mode. When busy, he'll sometimes go into writing mode and food mode at the same time, sometimes even staying into sleep mode until the midst of food mode. When he's even busier, he'll eat and write in mid-interview while nodding off. This is known as ultimate mode. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it up. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. The rough idea for his article came to his head nearly fully formed. All he needed to do now was get it all written down. Finally, his laptop finished booting up. "Took you long enough, pal," he muttered to the computer. His hands leapt to the keyboard like a predator pouncing on its prey. In a matter of moments, he hit his stride. His fingers clicked away. One by one, lines of text filled up the screen. A waiter stepped up beside him. "Excuse me, sir." But Minorikawa was in writing mode. He didn't even hear her. Sir, I beg your pardon?" Again, Minorikawa was deaf to the waitress's attempts to get his attention. "Sir, excuse me." The waitress smacked the table. "Quiet!" Minorikawa snapped. He slammed the table right back. "Don't interrupt me while I'm working." "Not if you know it's good for you." The waitress didn't so much as flinch. She leaned in aggressively, getting right in Minorikawa's face. No. Ikumi Omiya, employee at Kolabo Cafe. Appearing cute and demure at first glance, she's strong-willed and frightening when angry. She works nights at a place called the Scolding Pub, where customers rent private rooms where they're scolded at length by attractive girls. Oh my. One middle-aged businessman once told her, "Your face looks simply marvelous when you're angry." "Sir, I hate to bother you, but I have to ask you to please refrain from smoking." Morikawa blinked. "Huh?" "This is a non-smoking establishment, sir." "No smoking?" Minorikawa asked. The cigarette bobbed in his mouth as he spoke. The waitress pointed sharply to the sign on the wall. The words "no smoking" were spelled out clear as day. "We ask that patrons please not smoke so that other customers can fully enjoy the aroma of their coffee." The waitress drew herself up in an arrogant triumph. A woman sitting at the table next made a face as she tried to fan the smoke away with her hands. Customers all around the shop were glaring at him. "You guys don't know the first thing about the aroma of coffee," Minorikawa scoffed. "The scent of coffee only truly comes to life amidst the choking stench of tobacco smoke." The waitress's only response was to jab her finger again. But this time she didn't point at the sign, she pointed to the door. "Sir, if you're going to smoke, please take it outside." Sometime later, sitting outside Café La Turque, Minorikawa lit up his third cigarette. At last, a safe refuge. It had taken him quite some time to find a place that allowed smoking after he got kicked out of the first cafe. In recent years, many cafes and restaurants phased out the concept of the smoking section in favor of prohibiting smoking across the board. It makes a place like La Turque especially important to smokers. There are large air vents in the ceiling to help keep the interior more agreeable for those who don't smoke. Now, he was in a rush to make up for lost time. His
His fingers flew over the keyboard at lightning speed. The more he wrote, the more he focused. At this rate, he'd have the story wrapped up in no time. Today, you hear me? A voice intruded suddenly on his awareness. One of the other customers was shouting, "You're breaking up with that fellow today!" Minorikawa's fingers drifted to a halt. Oh, it's... He looked around to see where the voice had come from. An older man, red in the face, was shouting at the young woman who sat across from him. "Please, Dad," the woman pleaded. "Stop! You're making a scene." Ah, father and daughter then. It was rare nowadays to see a father behave so imperiously toward his own daughter. Just how sheltered had he been trying to keep her? Minorikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest was piqued. Okay, this is going to affect Kano's. I think this is going to be... this is going to affect Kano's outcome. Should he move to another seat where he could take a look? Gathering his laptop, Minorikawa switched to a different table. "I don't care if I'm making a scene," the older man was saying. "I'm not leaving until I see you cut ties with that boy, do you understand? I understand you are never happy unless you get your way. You're acting like a spoiled child." "Don't you talk back to me! You don't understand your own situation. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment without putting any thought into your future. No, Dad, you're the one who doesn't understand." The father-daughter argument was getting more and more heated. Dad was clearly furious. Minorikawa shifted closer, curious to see what might happen next. Then he saw the daughter's face and gasped out loud. "Oh! Hey, I know you! Wait. You're on TV, right?" The father scowled up at him. "You must be mistaken," he said gruffly. "No, I'm sure of it," Minorikawa said. "Oh, what show am I thinking of?" The young woman seemed disconcerted by his enthusiasm. Who was she? He called out to a waitress who was passing by. "Hey, miss, do you know this girl? She's an actress, right? It's right on the tip of my tongue." The waitress ignored him, but Minorikawa was undeterred. I know this! Weren't you in one of those TV dramas or something?" Minorikawa was probably thinking of a series starring Masami Nagahama, possibly Operation Kolkhoz, The Last Frenchman, Touched by a Tuna, or Sailor Moon Pies! Oh god, all of which received high viewer ratings and are finally remembered in the public consciousness. Right, we're leaving, the father grumbled. He rose from his seat, radiating aggravation. Huh? The young woman said, but... Not waiting to hear the objection, he grabbed her by the hand and stormed out of the cafe. Hey, hold on, Minorikawa squawked. His plea fell on deaf ears. All he could do was watch him go, then shuffle back to his seat in disappointment. Damn it, what was her name? I should have asked for her autograph. Mumbling under his breath, Minorikawa went back to typing. Oh, did that help or hinder Kano's story? What's that? A strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. Upon looking up in confusion, he found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these, and one of these? Of this, and this, and this, and this, and that too. She finished with a broad grin. Oh, it's cheery. Let me just report your order back to you. 1 Japanese-style beef patty, 1 spicy fish roast spaghetti, 1 chicken casserole, 1 French onion soup, 1 fruit parfait, 1 chocolate parfait, and 1 deluxe chocolate parfait, and a Diet Coke. Will that be all? The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. Ryoko Kakinuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school. She was hassled by a pair of hustlers on her way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. Oh, was she the same girl who Aki had intercepted? The manager told her those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. Oh, the fucking dick. Bring Aki back here to beat his ass, too. You forgot the large caramel shake. The customer was a full-figured young woman, inconstant at a nearby table. Oh, my apologies. The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order. That'll do it for now, the young woman said. For now? Yikes. She's actually planning on ordering more after that? I'll say it, sure. She's still pretty cute. Marveling at this display of appetite, Minorikawa went back to typing. Now what? You heard the strange beeping sound again, subtly different from the first time. This time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this, I'll never be able to concentrate. Where the heck is that sound coming from? He searched his surroundings for a moment and quickly discovered the noise was coming from his own bag. He pulled out one of his most important tools of his trade, a bug detector. Since wireless devices were to emit radio signals, bug detectors are designed to use wide area receivers to reveal their presence. It was on, and it picked up a signal. To a reporter, information was life. That made owning a bug detector a sensible precaution in his line of work. With the device in hand, Minorikawa would casually scan the area. Eventually, he zeroed in on the signal. Everyone, your attention please, he announced. Someone set up a listening device in here. Several cafe patrons turned their heads in disbelief. A woman, wreathed in pungent perfume, flashed him a disagreeable look. Oh, come on, that's ridiculous, she huffed. There's something fishy going on. The only thing fishy right now is you, the woman declared disdainfully. Why don't you get out of here and let everyone enjoy their meals? No, I smell a scoop. What? You, what's your name? It's none of your business. It's what your name is. Now hurry up and stop with that awful noise. The other customers were starting to murmur loudly. There's a listening device here, folks, Morikawa said. How can that not bother you? Do you know where it can be? Excuse me, the woman called out. Could someone please do something about this man? A waitress hurried over. Sir, please, you're bothering our other customers. There's a listening device in here. That's what people should be bothered by right now. The waitress took a reflexive step backwards at the words listening device. You're the one who's intruding on everyone, the woman shouted. Honestly, can you please stop that racket? It's not me making the racket, it's the bug tracker. Just who the hell do you think you are? Police! Somebody call the police! Ma'am, please calm down, the waitress said. There are other customers here and... I'll calm down once you get this disrespectful bore out of here. All I'm doing is sharing the truth. You can't kick me out for that. The waitress wavered, clearly intimidated by both of them. You sure got a lot of nerve, the woman snapped at Minorikawa. Go play detective somewhere else. I'm not a detective, I'm a reporter.
Really now. By far my least favorite profession. Oh, and why's that? Did someone write a story about you, lady? Got skeletons in your closet? Shut your mouth. How dare you? Yeah, I smell a scoop here, alright, and the smell is coming from you. Oh, stop it with your scoop nonsense already. It's no use trying to hide things from me. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yes, I do, lady. Go to hell. After you. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now they're... As they shouted over each other, their words blurred together until they were barely words anymore. The onlookers could only hear indistinct, meaningless raving. And still the yelling went on and on and on. Eventually there came the sound of approaching sirens. But even when a police cruiser pulled up outside the cafe, the two didn't slow their bickering. Oh, that was sniffing for a scoop. Minorikawa lost his cool and got drawn into an argument with a stranger, giving no thought to the consequences. By the time he came to his senses in the jail cell, it was too late to save the 4-star general gossip. Maybe worrying about weird noises can wait. Right now, finishing that article sounds like a better idea. You know what? I think we made a lot of good progress tonight on this, but I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. I do have some stuff I want to do tomorrow anyways, so I do want to see if we have a good raid target. Ooh, Vox is doing Zelda Link's Awakening. I think I'll raid her. Okay, so I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow, actually. I definitely want to come back to this game soon because it's been really good so far. But for right now, have a good night, everyone, and I will hope to see you all later.